Um, right. We're not starting halfway through an investigation this time, which is great. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. Oh. Oh, that explains a couple of attitudes, then. Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. And then he got stabbed like a character in an RPG attacking another. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. SL9 incident. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year too. Oh shit, actually. I forgot to do something. Oh, I should have. Damn it. I didn't read that line. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Do we have literally any info on these? List of victims. Witnesses. And the investigation task force. Okay, so we have no description of what actually happened. Because, like, in any other scenario, I'd be thinking... Flash of light? Like, obviously Neil was killed. As far as I can tell. But, this is one of those things that's like, yes, you saw that in the moment, but, like, given the way this trial ends up happening, or has been described to have happened, maybe that's a bit much. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. This is really starting to look like someone's gonna frame, or like, not frame Edgeworth specifically, but make it look like Edgeworth is completely incompetent. Like, I'm pretty sure I made this call before, but it's like, it's becoming really clear that Edgeworth is almost like a fall guy in this case. It's like, well, I mean, you know, Edgeworth submitted it. If he didn't check that it was valid, like, you know, it's kind of his job as the prosecutor. Well, it's not, but I feel like they're going to frame it that way. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. This really seems like we're about to invade on, like, a very well-established setup where people are just, like the prosecutor's office and the police department are in cahoots and just prosecuting whoever the fuck they want in specific circumstances. Like, maybe probably not all the time. That would be way too easy to kind of pick apart, but it certainly seems like it's building to that. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. We can do that. Is she here? Yep. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I don't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright? A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the matter of the fact is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigating lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Huh. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark immediately under arrest. true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? Oh shit, I read some of this out of order. So, the way I've been doing the dialogue for this is that if a new option opens up specifically because some of the dialogue I spoke, the dialogue I went down, I've been going to that because, like, it's usually, like, immediately connected to, like, the topic we're discussing. I think I may have fucked up there, and, like, there may have been 3 options, and I went to the third after the first. It usually starts off with 2. I don't know why I did that. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. Oh, Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Huh? Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. I mean, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, something's off. But like, the thing that I'm not quite sure about at the moment is the angle that, Marshall is playing at. Like, I guess I don't think we've explicitly discussed the circumstances of, his brother's murder. Though it at least appears that, it implied, like, the implication is that Dark killed, Marshall. But if, Marshall's brother, they're both Marshall. But if the Marshall we know is questioning that, that seems to imply that someone else killed Marshall. Which, if true, would explain why people want this case to go away. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. What? Isn't... Oh. Right. That's not... Like... Would it have killed them to just, like, put a map up or something like that and then do the... I don't know. Like, this navigation is, like... there's not enough rhyme and reason to it. Like, it's not that there's no logic to the way it's set out, but in a lot of ways, I feel like it just doesn't quite have enough clear rules to it. I know I keep complaining about this, but it like really bothers me at this point. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. Never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? I should know my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? That was exactly what she said. Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? If ever there was a case I need to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. I appreciate that he is doing this, though. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. Wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Huh. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Oh my god. Fuck. Someone else killed Marshall? Is the implication here? Fuck. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Your accent is on point. Thank you. I try. It's not many I'm actually really good at, but something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Actually, yeah, that's true. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too. The commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean, Damon Gann and Lana Skye. Yeah. The investigation lead, Damon Gann, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Oh, after that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yep, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Huh? Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. Well, probably the fact that she falsified evidence, but, like... It'd be weird for the narrative at this point to treat that like a secret, so maybe he's talking about something else? I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. Ugh. A lot of burps today. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have already gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't have been a patrolman after today. I won't even be a patrolman after today. What was that? Did he, like, bust a cap so he could, like, take the rest in? Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino. Yeah, if his body doesn't end up somewhere, I would be very surprised. Weren't we going to see the chief... Why can't I... No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 PM. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I mean, how do we get to Gant's office? Like, wasn't the thing that, hold on. Let it go. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. No, if you're looking for the others... Oh, no, that's just the regular chief. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Or is that actually Gant? Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Okay, hold on a second. I need to check something. Okay. This is fucking stupid. So you're telling me that... where is this building? I thought this was part of the police... This is why they desperately need, like, a map or something, because I actually can't figure out the, like, connecting pieces here. We talked to Lana, and we got told, maybe we should go and look into Gant's office. So we go to Criminal Affairs, and no one's there, right? Like, we can't proceed, because the chief didn't just literally tell us where Gant's office is. Then, we leave to the police department, like, outside the police department, to then, talk to Marshall, then go back to Criminal Affairs and get told about where Gant's office is, right? So... I don't get how this interconnects, because I would assume that Criminal Affairs is probably in the, like, that's where the Chief of Police, that's, like, in the same building as the Chief of Police, right? Which I would assume is probably the police department entrance? But I can just go straight to Criminal Affairs instead of having to go to the police department specifically to go to Criminal Affairs. So then I go to Criminal Affairs and hit a wall because it didn't force me to go to the police station entrance, which it required me to go to in... I think this game is poorly laid out, if it wasn't clear. That's really frustrating. I don't get that at all. I mean, I know we've already signposted that this guy is, like, clearly involved in the shit, in the, like, setup of this whole thing because of Marshall. But... a church organ? Are you fucking serious? I guess that music makes a bit more sense now. Whoa. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bark. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Lana, for fuck's sake. I never could remember where C was. God. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? Yeah, 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Okay. What in the fuck? Why is there a suit of armor, like, partially concealed in the frame of the fucking... Why? Like... Like, okay. That might end up being important, I don't know. But it's really funny to me that they were taking this picture. Well, and the fucked up thing is, they're not, like, standing in front of it either. Lana is behind the suit of armor's spear here. So, like, they were taking this photo, and there's a... Between them and whoever was taking it, there's just a suit of armor poking into frame, and no one thought... Maybe we should get a picture without this? That's... What the fuck? I don't know why that's so funny to me. Oh. God. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Oh, shit. Hold on. That's, that looks really fucking similar to that. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Like, maybe it's the suit of armor caught in the frame? I fucking knew it. Yep. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there are two things that are immediately interesting to us. It's obviously the award and the vase that we recognize. But, like, this is just so distracting. Like, that has to be there for a reason, right? Oh, look, it's right there. Why does he pause so long? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend to. Or to attend. Looks like we weren't welcome. Yeah, I mean, you know, probably would have got a better look if someone didn't feel the need to play the pipe organ. Just saying. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Okay. Wonder if Edgeworth's around. Miss Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. I can at least present that photo. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. Okay then. Sure. That's fine. If that was me, I would, I'd be like showing that picture to everyone who's in it and going like, did no one really think that putting the piece of, like, the suit of armor in the corner of the, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna spat all over myself. Did no one really think that was, like, just, like, intruding on the frame? Like, no one thought to retake the photo? Like, at all? No? Okay, yeah. Oh, Gumshoe. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? Yeah, that's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Edgeworth's crisis. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. That's fair. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? Oh, you mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Yeah, like, it's not much of a detail, but, like, I guess, like, you know, it's different circumstances, killing someone in that situation, like, in the police department, but it's interesting to note that the only place he actually ended up having evidence of his crime is when there is also suspicion of someone else having killed the person he was convicted for killing. When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written over somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? Might jog his memory. Oh, I guess so. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he... Whoa. What the fuck? Okay, so this guy gets into an accident and then kills everyone at the scene? Wait, and then he turns himself in? Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. AKA Emma. Subtle. Where is the murder weapon? There. About this. Hey, is that It has a tag. It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. My God, Watson, you've broken the case. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Emma? Like, I get it, but whew. This ain't the time to roast him. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Huh. Huh? It was found deep inside the stab wound. Okay. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade. The broken tip was found in the victim's body. Belonged to murderer Joe Dark. So, the weird thing about that is that, like, switchblade knives aren't really that strong, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't break off the tip just stabbing someone. And if it pierced his heart and lungs, it implies it didn't hit any bone. So, like, that doesn't seem to line up. Well, like, yeah, obviously it's incontrovertible that, like, the knife was in him and that there was a tip of it in the body. But what Marshall said to us before was that there were questions raised as to whether the switchblade was actually the murder weapon. And if that's the case, then it would seem that, like, breaking off the tip to have it inside the body would be, like, another connection of, like, well, I mean, he stabbed him real fucking hard. He broke the blade doing it. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Yep. That's 100% right. Like, the second a card can't be used anymore, or the person there doesn't work, like, all permission's gone. They wouldn't have access to anything anymore. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Oh, that's a good question. I think it's this. I think if we show him the photo and the vase... Maybe? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Oh, maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the Chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll, keep that in mind. Sheesh. Are you serious? Fuck. That's such bullshit. Show him something? I don't think we have anything else we can show him. Like, yeah, look, it's the thing you remember, but we can't show him the thing that would remind him of where he's seen it before and why that might be suspicious. Like, are you for real? I mean, I'm just gonna start walking around because... Okay, maybe I can get something out of Edgeworth. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years after with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. I mean, I guess we could show him that now. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Is it? Yes, you're right. Oh. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy. That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Contradiction. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Yeah, anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Miss Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. Interesting. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, there was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Do we have anything else for Edgeworth? I guess, like... Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. No, wishful thinking, sorry. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him him my best evidence I can. Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. I don't know if that's meant to be, I don't know if that's meant to be a hint to the thing I already did, or if there's, like, something else I can do here. I would also like to see this piece of paper. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. I'm sorry? Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it was your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. Okay. So, Okay. Don't expect me to say... Whose side are you on? Sure, okay. I think we were done there. That's, I must admit, like, I know I've always said that, like, I appreciate that it's a bit more open-ended in Ace Attorney. But one of the things I actually really appreciated in Danganronpa is that it very clearly tells you when, okay, we're done here. Like, you explore until you hit that, and then you go on. Like, it would make less sense in this case specifically, but it would be nice if, like, not in every circumstance when it's a bit more open-ended and you can show stuff to people to get more context in that, but if there's clearly nothing else to be done, then, like, it clearly denotes that. It does that in a few places, but I feel like there's just one or two instances where that would actually be better where it hasn't. But, that's just me. Excuse me. Oh. Back again. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That is a... That certainly is a way of phrasing that. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. Oh, roast beef... Right, I didn't say that in her intense voice, but... also, like... It's really funny that, like... In one case... The game is, like, really insistent that this one instant of Lana stabbing Goodman is meant to be taken like that. But in another, Wright is questioning the validity of what Emma saw because it was just a flash just a flash of what happened and nothing else. Like, I guess it's kind of implied that, like, Star's obviously there for more than just that, but, oh, hey, Game Over, how's it going? It all dates back to 2 years ago. Oh, sorry, I didn't finish that train of thought. Yeah. Like, so I guess it kind of makes sense in that circumstance, but I don't know. Pretty fine for once. Oh, that's good to hear. You? Coping. It's the best way I can put it. Dark Investigation. Joe Dark. Oh, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Hang on a minute. Didn't... Oh, I guess there might have been a gap between those events. But the way they talked about the Joe Dark, in the initial Joe Dark incident, was that he got into an accident, he killed everyone at the scene, and then turned himself in. Like, it sounded a lot more, it sounded a lot more straightforward. But I guess there must have been some investigating to find out, well, fucking what happened here with all these bodies in this car accident. I guess that just wasn't made too clear from Marshall's explanation. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been good going through hell. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yeah. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then, Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Yeah, that's like very, very fucking obvious. And it's very likely that, like, probably put in a similar position to the others, except that Gant is probably like, look, either I fuck with you, like, and your career, or you go take the highest seat in the prosecutor's office. Like, maybe it's not that simple. This is day 3. Yeah, that's right. This is the day 3 investigation. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. Prosecutor's office. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude that there must have been a reason for her change. At last. We're finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. We tried to show her the picture already, didn't we? Tony's in... Yeah. Where else can we go then? Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brew and coffee, copy and files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. No, I gotta admire your persistency. Is that even a word? Hang on. I was expecting persistence there, not persistency? I guess it's not... Oh, persistency. Yeah, no, that does actually make sense. Although, like, maybe persistence is just interchangeable here. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I would have expected persistence, but hey. But my answer's still no. Huh? I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. God, I've been spitting on my screen too much lately. Oh, yeah, okay. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Gumshoe's life sucks. Yeah, very much so. And I'm about to make his day even worse. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. Getting cuts from his higher-ups in Phoenix badgering him every time and putting his job at risk. I mean, you're not wrong. I guess I didn't ever actually look at it like that. Like, we are asking him to, like, literally put his whole career on the line, which, given the person at the center of all of this, this probably would be the least of his worries. But, fuck. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Guys, the literal point of me showing this was to convince him to help us. The implication was the only way he'd be able to give us access to that is with his ID card. What the fuck did you think was going to happen?
What the fuck did you think he was going to suggest? We can't just turn around now and go, oh no, but your career might be on the line. That's literally what we've been trying to do. Oh, what the hell? Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. That's actually a good point. What? So at least let me do this, for Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Nice. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Alright, let's go. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. I mean, he might as well. They're already gonna have the they're already gonna have a listing that he was the one that opened it, so fuck it, he might as well also be in there. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? I'm sorry, what? What? Why? Why? What? Hey, don't do that to my card. Why? Why did we do that? Why didn't we just give it back to him? I'm so confused. Like obviously that was a gag, but like, why didn't we just like throw it at him or something? Like rendering the card useless is gonna force him to. Oh. You did pretty much unusable. It's not, though. Like, we could have just thrown it back at him, and it's like, hey, don't do that with my card. Like, it's the same comedic value, but it doesn't raise the question of, like, well, he's gonna have to fill out a fucking, a missing item report now anyway. Like, we could have used it, given back to him, and that was it. But now it's gonna raise suspicion because he lost it. Now they're gonna have to look at who accessed the office. Like, okay. Maybe it's just because I work with security access, fucking words, access control systems. So, like, I know how this process works. But, like, crushing the card and making it unusable as opposed to putting it just back where it came is just gonna raise suspicion. And I mean, like, I already set up this circumstance in which, okay, like, they're clearly gonna find out. But they're gonna find out faster if this happens. Like, Christ. Ugh. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? You know, not like Phoenix is helping. Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. No, I would like to examine everything. First of all, you. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. There's the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? I mean, if you're implying that, like, the police... Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess, like, he'd probably be refurbishing his room not on his own salary, so... Yeah, oof. What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. No, you should absolutely pay your taxes. Just fucking make sure. You don't have any taxes to pay. Just vote in people that do good things with taxes. That's all that's required. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Oh, cut it out, you guys. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. No, I think we got an indication. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Are you serious? Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. If I were to guess, do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... Okay. Why did we just re-zoom into the... Okay. Got him. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. 7. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777, that ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? I mean, it'd be a real fucking mistake not to. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. It somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. With a handprint on it. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh. Well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Okay, but that is actually completely reasonable. Is like, look, you're in here on my card, dude. You need to prove to me that whatever we take out of here is relevant, because you can't just go stealing shit. How are these 2 items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Yes there is. This. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the 3 of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. That's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? You mean this one? The one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oh, and they've just, like, arbitrarily rotated it. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached? It's different from the others. What do you mean? There's a reddish line on it. Huh. Yeah, like, all the rest of it is, like, spattered. Like, one of the things I was thinking of was that this was, like, So, if I recall correctly, in the confrontation between Dark and Marshall, Dark received a concussion, and originally I thought that this might have been the thing to use it. But first of all, there isn't enough on that that would make me think, oh, he was hit in the back of the head with it, or hit over the head with it. But yeah, there's like, it's also very not much a splatter. Like, this seems purposeful for some reason. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Sable jar updated. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. What was the other thing we got? The handprint. That is, you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. This is a new low even for you, Gumshoe. Oh, Gumshoe. Yeah. This coming trial will be great. Oh, and sorry, I should finish off that thought I had about the card. Like, I understand that, like, in terms of our use for it, it's, like, it no longer belongs in the inventory. It's just going to clutter things up. And I know they have to get rid of it, and I know they have to have a reason for it, and I know they usually joke about it, but I feel like it would have actually just been funnier to, like, throw it at Gumshoe, like, what the fuck did you give us our ID card for? And he's just like, dude, I'm sorry. Rather than, like, crumpling it up for the reasons I already described, but yeah. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. I don't think he's joking. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a million times. Phoenix, you didn't look at the back of a receipt in one of these cases? I don't think you have room to talk here. Alright, let's get this over with. Dust. Oh, right, it goes into, yeah. I wish I could just hold A and do that. This would be a whole lot easier. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone to the thumb first. That was kind of dumb. Like, usually your thumb is kind of like... I don't know if you can see that there, but it's kind of like tilted compared to the rest of my fingers. If someone just slapped it on there, you'd only get a partial print from the thumb. Ugh. That's... Gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Alright, middle finger. Ooh, that looks promising. Are you serious? Oh, come on. So... The game gave you the middle finger. Haha. Haha. That was close enough, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's see if we can find a match. Meekins, Marshall, no. Goodman. Emma? What? Okay, hold on. So this handprint is Emma's. But Gant was hiding it in his safe. What in the fuck does that mean? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. I mean, twist. Yeah. Well, funny you say that. This is the only chapter that doesn't actually have Turnabout in it. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? That is a very fucking good question. Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Evidence for something, but what? You did say it was, like, leather. So, like... Okay. There are a couple of things that do make sense about this, right? If it's leather, and we're talking about Marshall here, like, assuming this is... I mean, like, there's no, like, ripping of it, so, like, I don't know what kind of cloth this is. I don't know what the purpose of this cloth is for, but I could at least presume, at the least, that it was something that might have been on Marshall. Those two tend to wear... They have costumes. I could believe that that's from that. I could also believe that Emma's prints would end up on something in the crime scene. Like, that's not surprising at all. Nor that it would be something that turns up in this crime scene. But why would Gant be hiding this? Because the piece of the jar makes sense, because, like, that's directly connected to the incident that happened in here. And he's withholding evidence of what I assume actually transpired in the killing of Marshall. But what has this got to do with that? Oh. maybe this is collateral. So, Gant has been controlling Lana somehow. No one quite knows how. She was appointed the prosecutor's office, and Angel basically implied that, yeah, that's so he can control the prosecutor's office. That Lana was assigned chief prosecutor. And it's implied that it's implied that Lana is doing this partially against her will. She said she sold her soul. That would imply that Gant has something on her. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's the implication that Emma actually has more to do with this case than her just fainting. It's a long shot, but yeah. Okay. We got more to examine. Maybe we don't? I don't know. Oh, maybe that piece of cloth was from Gant's jacket. Because that looks... Here's the thing, like, if... Like... Because the way I was thinking about this as some form of blackmail is, like, what is the situation in which Emma's prints turning up here don't actually mean anything, and it wasn't her fault, but could actually mean something to someone else? And I thought, oh, if Gant could, like, imply that that Emma had something to do with the murder instead of, Dark, then, but there is also the possibility that it is just incriminating evidence, and if it puts Gant at the scene, that would be suspicious. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. Oh, there's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh, so this is Lana's side of the office. I'd like to understand what that steely thing in Gant's head is. What? Steely thing in Gant's head? I mean, I assume that's just his hair. It's just, like, really grey and lighter in some areas and very eccentrically designed. Is that not what you're referring to? It looks steely grey? I mean, yeah. I assume that's just because he's old. Even though this game's range of ages is really weird. Like, everyone who's 40 and over is, like, grey. In this version, it seems to blend with his hair more. Oh, in this version, it seems to blend more with his hair. Really? It looks pretty similar? I think that's pretty much exactly the same. In fact, if I were to pick apart this game a little bit, I would say that this exact asset was used to create that picture in the profile. But, yeah. This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. Huh. It has a shine to it, like a metallic shine in the profile pic. Oh, no, yeah, I mean, I understand. Sorry, okay, let me back up then. I mean, that's just what, like, grey, steely hair does. Like, it's been a while, but if I remember correctly, well, I know, people's hair, like, shine as well. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, there's a lot of people who have, like, shines in their hair. Like, Angel does, Lana does, why is... Wow, okay, that's weird. Like, that's not uncommon, it just so happens that, like, his hair is grey and also has that shine to it. Like, I don't think that's literally steel. I think it's just... Although it is very... It's funny, because, so I watch a D&D show where there is a silver dragon who is, like, a very major player in the politics of that world. And he is very extravagant, like, walking down the stairs, wine clasped in a hand like this, like, oh yes, hello everyone. And when I saw Gant, not only did part of his design go, oh my god, that feels like the same character to me, which is actually where I got that voice from. A cast member of that show joked about calling him Gant Dragendorf, and suddenly that clicked in my head. It's like, oh, that's a reference to this guy. I get it now. So yeah, I guess that's why I also played it off, because I was like, oh yeah, he reminds me of the metallic dragon I know about from a D&D show. But no, like, I think it's just meant to communicate that his hair is, like, shiny and grey, not that it's literally steel. Although... could be metaphors going on there. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? That is a very good question. Look at that giant window. What show is that? It's The Unexpectables. So it has Takahata 101, Chris Cito, Distortion Devil or Senile Snake. Or he used to go by Senile Snake, now he goes by Distortion Devil. And Gaijin Goomba. As well as Edward Bosco when he is actually there. In fact, they have a cameo with Shenpai at the moment, and, sorry, I shouldn't derail this too much, but, Shen's character in one of the last sessions, like, single-handedly killed, like, 20 people in this, like, 25v6 brawl. It was fucking nuts. Would actually recommend. There are a lot of episodes now. But if there's ever, like, they also have a podcast. But, like, yeah, if D&D's your thing, I would highly recommend that show. I really enjoy it. It feels a lot more, like, a lot of D&D shows I tend to feel really get into, like, the grit and dark and, not necessarily dark, but, like, the serious side of the role-playing. Whereas The Unexpectables feels like a Saturday morning cartoon show in terms of, like, the amount of goofs that happen in any given episode. And, like, the flavor of everything that's happening. It's really neat. I would highly recommend. You know what? I might just type it in chat, because, the name is a bit weird. Yeah. They're really good. I would highly recommend. Anyway. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. Defenestration sounds like a really bad idea right now. This is the 15th floor. Because, yeah, I presumed something like that. I know. I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window and he gets fired. Don't say that! I mean... Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. That sure is a sentence. Occasionally we hear him playing it from... Moving on. That's on the 2nd floor. This is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. Oh my god! Oh, that's awful. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. Yeah. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? Huh. He never listens to anyone anyway. Is that why he pauses? Because he's like hard of hearing and he's like, oh yes, that's what you said. That's beside the point. I mean, like, you could just have earplugs. It's not really that, yeah. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you too. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading in his desk. Yeah. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-sized list of evidence. This list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? Oh. Oh, he's implying it's the other half. I guess that wasn't really communicated, because it's not like it's torn, and I guess you couldn't really tell if it was like two different documents, but... I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Was ripped in half. Oh, literally ripped in half. That was not at all communicated to us. That seems pretty important. Like, okay, hold on. They've been really good about communicating things like this, where it's like, oh, look, there's something more to this than meets the eye if you look carefully. But, like, the way this was talked about and the way this is presented right here, it sounds just like things were left off, not that it was literally ripped. That's really dumb. Why would they do that? I assumed Edgeworth was given page 1 only. Well, that's what I thought too, but was ripped in half implies that it was like torn? Or that there's a clear reason that it was like ripped. Like, it could be a 2-page document that you rip apart, right? But like, then why say ripped? Why not just like, this is the 2nd page of it? And like, if it was the 2nd page, then like, hang on a second, this says page 1 of 2. Where's the 2nd one? He's like, oh, that was the only page I was given. Like, that would be a lot more like, oh, okay. Because the implication of the usually evidence lists are twice as long made me just think, okay, yeah, they left everything out. But now it's saying that, no, the evidence list was complete, but the 2nd half was hidden. I don't know. That just seems like really weird messaging to me. It would be so much easier to... I guess it was only worded differently for the sake of the twist. But it wasn't really a twist, like... Because that's not a twist in the traditional sense. A twist would be like, oh, there was a 2nd document that was actually the entire list of it, and there was no indication that there was any missing evidence other than people just kind of commenting. Like, that would be a twist, right? But the way we've been talking about this is, no, there are things that are missing from this evidence list. Like, it's been pretty much pretty much conclusively, well, not conclusively, it has been incredibly heavily implied that there is missing evidence, and that the evidence list that was given was not complete, right? That does not equal there is another page of the document, or it was ripped in half. That's just, it's not there. Like, I don't know, that's just a twist without... And it doesn't really change anything. Like, we knew evidence was missing, just not in the exact way that we thought. But that doesn't... Actually, you know what? I will save that comment for whether or not it is actually important that that is a detail of it. Because it could be, but I don't know yet. So I will spare everyone from me ragging on that. Are you serious? Oh. That's the drawing. I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. So are we just gonna ignore the... Like, we literally can't read the... I can't read the things that weren't... I don't like how this game structures itself sometimes. It's really strange. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Like, okay, see, like, this is something that would actually really annoy me, is, if, like, so I complained about that situation where, like, we found the receipt with the bloody message on it, I think it was. And we were like, ah, yes, you know, the bloody message, blah, blah, blah. And we just never looked at the receipt. Like, we literally had the evidence, and we're just never given the opportunity to look at it to gain the information that's actually on it, right? Now, in some circumstances, I can understand that. In that one, I didn't. I think that was just straight up bad. I don't think that should have been done. This feels like it's going to be the same. We literally can't read what's on the evidence sheet, but we can see the drawing. Like, if this is going to be the exact same mistake again, I'm going to be really disappointed. We found this inside the drawer, a list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. Yeah, I mean, we found out why. We just... So, is that everything? You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. He would have dropped that suit of armor from here. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Okay, so... I think we're done? Although we haven't really talked to Gumshoe at all. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when he first came in here... Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form has been torn off. You have an icon showing the evidence. Why don't you just make it clear that that's the case? Like... So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. The back? Yeah, and I guess, like, we've already examined it, so, like, we know it's the drawing. What is it? Did you find something? Yeah, can't show that to her, because that would... Yep, that would be a thing. I mean, okay, sure. Maybe that's just... Yeah, okay. We haven't actually talked to him, so... The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day, 2 years ago. That's why it's spotless. Because Gant cleaned it up, I would guess. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. And that's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do you think? What do you think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? You in the coat? Oh my god. Also, oops. Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. And just then, I thought of a certain detective. I mean, you're not wrong, but fuck. Do you mean me, sir? Now then. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. No. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You, with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright. No. No. No, no, no. Do not leave the room, Wright. Do not leave the fucking room. This has red flags all over it. Okay. Sure. I cannot describe how idiotic that just was. You went into this guy's office because he was hiding evidence about this case. You find a piece of evidence that specifically has Emma's fingerprints on it, and then he comes back into the room, asks everyone to leave except Emma. Like, don't leave the room. Like, at least stand your ground? But, like, Phoenix did nothing. He just left. He didn't say anything either. And, like, it wasn't implied that, like, something pushed him out, unless, like, that's going to be explained, but... Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? What the fuck are you talking about, Gumshoe? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. Good job, Phoenix. That was really fucking stupid. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I mean, look, there are other ways that could have played out, where, like, Gant just says, okay, well, no, we need to question her, like, and makes up some bullshit reason. I think he'd be kicked out anyway by officers. Oh, no, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, he probably would. But, I guess, like, the implication there was, like, that Gant had kicked out Phoenix, but there was no, like, explicit reason for him to, like, keep, Emma there. And since Emma's helping with, Phoenix investigate, I feel like he could at least be, like, why? Why do you want to talk to Emma? And, like, yeah, I don't know. That honestly really bothers me, at least from a narrative standpoint, because, like, this is the guy that you're really suspicious of, and potentially killed, like, a fellow police officer, or, sorry, another detective, to cover up something, and has been orchestrating an entire thing this entire time. Like, at least push back so he has to give some bullshit reason. And hell, that could have been an opportunity to express that, like, no, Gant has a pretty tight hold on the entire police department and prosecutor's office by going, like, by setting up something like the way he did Edgeworth, where he's like, oh, look at all of this, it seems like you've been lying about evidence and shit. But there was nothing here. Phoenix just leaves with no resistance. I don't know, that's just really off. Like, that was a real missed opportunity to, like, really amp up the fact that, like, no, Gant is in control of this situation. Like, yeah, I don't know. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. Oh, that might have been Phoenix asking that question. Whoops. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Falsified evidence? Wait, falsified? Like, evidence he actually forged or withheld? I mean, there's the two things I found from his safe. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth, okay. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. I fucking knew it. First defendant that feels as satisfying to defeat as any witness. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is orchestrated in such a way that anyone else doing this would just be like, oh, it's open and shut, it's her, done. But, no. Phoenix is far too inquisitive. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. I fucking knew it. The knife from the SL9 incident? Serial killer Joe Dark's knife? I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. I fucking knew it. Okay, this makes a lot of sense now. So, Angel was right. She did actually see Lana stab the body, but he was already dead. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? That seems awfully convenient. It makes me wonder if Starr is not still following Gant's orders. And Marshall is the only one that's broken ranks. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with, and I never wanted to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe? Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 case, an SL9 incident, had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. So, something I didn't actually, I don't think we've gotten an answer to is, how did Marshall end up with the card? Because if Goodman was already dead, maybe Marshall isn't breaking ranks. No, but yeah, but none of this would actually help. None of this would actually help Gant, though. Or at least I can't see why. Goodman had lost his card prior to that. I don't remember if the game explains why. Yeah, oh, no, that is true, because Goodman was... Yeah, that's right. Goodman was filing a report, for the missing card. Or at least what we have assumed is the missing card. Now that I think about it, that might not necessarily be the case. But... I don't think we have any way of actually, like, proving that one way or the other. Yeah, it's just... Oh, yeah, and... Right, because... Well, so here's the weird thing. If we're presuming that Gant is the one that left the locker open for Goodman's locker open, then why would he leave the glove blocking the locker door? After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. He says, immediately ignoring her advice, but like, yeah, that's bullshit. Detective Goodman's a real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Oh boy, it's lunchtime. Yes. Final day, trial former. Oh, there's still a 2-part trial? Jesus. Okay, we're gonna get to music, and then I'm going to start cooking lunch. So many saves. Yeah, I know. It's a shame there's only 10 slots, because then you could see how many saves I actually made. I do tend to save a lot during the court cases, though, just because, like, I don't really need to unless I've, like, lost a lot of health, but, or, like, a lot of respect, whatever the hell you want to call it. But, I feel like some of the little traps this game has made me wary of it in a not good way. Not in a like, ooh, I wonder if this will actually work. It's more like, oh god, is this the logic it actually wants me to go with? Which I don't enjoy as much, obviously, but it's defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. I bet that's... oh. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still a room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Alright. I was gonna... fuck! Now there's no... damn it. Now there's no music. I was gonna leave it there, but... if I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Okay, music should start now. There it is. Okie dokie. So, I'm going to quickly make some lunch, and I'll be right back to chat about... whoa, this case. Alright, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Oh, actually. Just mute myself while I'm moving the mic around. What's for lunch, if you don't mind me asking? I am eating, spaghetti bolognese. So, like, I cook, once every 2 weekends to make myself lunches throughout, like, the next 2 weeks. And, yeah, spaghetti bolognese keeps for a while. It's really easy. Oh, Jesus. It's, something I've gotten pretty decent at making too, so it's my go-to. Like for lunch, it's either like some kind of pastry, some kind of burger, or spaghetti for me. Mostly vegetables at night, wheat bix in the morning if I actually get up early enough to not just say fuck it and order Macca's, but McDonald's. Yeah. I really should try other pastas, though. I honestly don't know what I make, though. Like, I have wanted to do carbonara, because I like a, like, lightly creamy, but, like, really bacon-filled carbonara. But it's very different to just cooking, like, a slab of mincemeat. So, yeah. Like, I shouldn't be afraid to try it, because, like, you know, it was the first time, but... Oh yeah, I tried one not long ago, it was good. Carbonara? Because, like, man... People can, like, really mess that up. I feel like, a lot of people make it way too creamy, and, like, with not nearly enough... Yeah, okay, cool. I feel like some people make it, like, way too creamy sometimes, and it just overpowers everything in it. Like, you can almost barely taste the pasta. Ooh, that reminds me. I should check something while I'm on break. I feel like people cook pasta way too often here, and I kind of get sick of it. I can understand that. I am very stuck in my ways, so like I can stick with eating like basically the same thing for a fair while. Like I definitely have a tolerance for that way more than most people do. But yeah, even sometimes I'm like, wow, I've had stuff way too much, and especially when it's a especially when it's like a cultural thing too. But hey, I'm not the one cooking, so I can't complain. I should cook more than just fried rice and omelette. I should really cook fried rice more. I think before I go back to like before I go back to working at my office or my work's office, I want to learn how to do stir fry, because I feel like having fried rice. I feel like having something like that up my sleeve as an extra thing other than just pasta that I can cook would be really good, but alas, I haven't tried yet. Sometimes it's a lot just to work that up. Right. I was doing a thing on here and then just... Actually, no, keep you up. Yep. Why does my desk feel like way more... Oh, Jesus. Sorry about that. I just moved that without even thinking this time. My desk feels way more cluttered these days, and I have no idea why, because I haven't even added anything to it yet. Although I still want to, like, get, like, some kind of crane arm, for this mic, which I'll move back over here a bit. But yeah, like, I think the next thing I want to try cooking is rice. It's kind of similar to pasta in how, like, relatively easy it is to make, and like, you can also do, like, obviously a lot with it in terms of what you fry with it. But it would also be pretty light. Like, I found myself falling into the trap of having, like, way too much bread when I've been ordering food out. And the odd burger's, like, fine, but, like, I found I lost, like, a lot more, like, I've been trying to, like, keep my diet pretty strict in terms of, this is what I'm going to eat, and I'm not going to deviate outside of that too much. But I found that having so much bread instead of, like, having something like a wrap was, like, just adding so much to me. I'm not sure what I want to learn next. I really want to become a... Pescatarian. Oh, okay. So, like, eating no red meat, just eating fish. Pescatarian? I'm pretty sure that's how you spell it. I think I just, like, brain farted, to be honest. Might be a pescatarian? Oh, pescatarian. Pescetarian. I don't think that's why I didn't recognize what that word is, but yeah. I mean, I've considered stuff like that, but, honestly... Oh, I guess I should clarify. Is that more from a... Is that a decision made more from a moral sensibility, or do you think it'd just be a better diet for you? Because, like, I mean... My problem's always been that I'm just, both. Oh, yeah, that's fair. My problem's always been that I just, like, can't control myself, so I feel like the better option is just to keep having that stuff, but eating a lot more not that with it. So, like, I want to start cooking stuff like spinach and stuff into my, like, pasta sauces, so I'm not eating as much meat. Like, when I was still ordering Subway next to my work, I was getting falafel wraps, so, like, cutting out stuff from there too. After all, fishes never end. The sea spontaneously generates its fish. You say that, but unfortunately, specifically, there have been a lot of areas where the fishing industry is not doing so well right now. Specifically because of some big, global changes in, temperature. Like, you're right in a sense, but there is such thing as overfishing, because, like, in very much the same way that, like, an ecosystem in the water is similar to an ecosystem on land, right? The reason there are so much fish but nah, it's mostly because I really love fish, but I can get by fine without red meat. Yeah, that's fair. I could definitely see that. Personally, like, I could probably do without, like, mince. Like, I could probably replace all that. I'm too much of a sucker for bacon. And I know it's, like, really shitty because, like, like, there's no moral justification for that. It's just, sorry, I like this food too much. But I have to, like, at some point I have to be also true to myself and realize that, like, look, if I'm to get away from that at all, I need to start cutting levels down before I just cut it out immediately. Like, that's just not gonna work for me. I've tried it in the past and I fail every single time. Damn it. There were words that I was going to say. Nah, I lost it. Damn it. I know Japan and China overfish, among other places. Yeah, like, from what I hear, there's a lot of overfishing in the UK as well. Especially because of... Especially, like, which is especially weird... Which is going to be an especially weird thing because of Brexit. Because how do you, like, allocate the seas when, like, Britain is, like, fucking right there for most countries? But yeah, like, overfishing can definitely be a problem because, like, if you remove too many of a species from some part of an ecosystem, they don't reproduce fast enough, which means the things that we're eating reproduce more, which means, like, it just causes a chain reaction. Like, you may not even have to, like, overfish so much that you kill an entire species of fish. If you kill enough in that area, it can just fuck things over. There are mainly two other reasons one to get used to live without meat. I mean, it would be healthier, and in terms of, like, in terms of its effect on, like, climate and stuff, it's a not insignificant portion is just because we eat a lot of meat. Or eat a lot of, like, beef, specifically. I say as I eat my spaghetti bolognese, but, yeah. I don't want to eat insects in the future when meat eaters will be like, what do we replace it with now? And two, I don't know, I just see how all those epidemic come from consuming meat and such. Well, I mean, from my understanding, the reason stuff like that happens is that it's not specifically that it's that animal you're consuming, it's like the way you consume it, in terms of it being, like, cooked in a certain way and stuff like that. I mean, there are some really, like, rancid, like, there are some really rancid practices. God, we were talking about this in another stream. There's a food that is basically like fermented fish or something, which, like, isn't... Oh, okay, fermented is probably a bit different, and it may not have the same, like, effects that some stuff does, but I mean, anatomically and biologically, we're not actually built to eat meat so much. Maybe so much, but, like, the implication that... Yeah, that doesn't really sync with your last comment, though, because what you're implying is that, our teeth are not proper for meat consumption, and I think even our intestines aren't made for it. I mean, you have to kind of be careful. Like, we are omnivores. Like, I mean, we absolutely do have the capacity to consume and eat meat. Like, that's not something that's, like, disputed. I think even if you accept that, though, the argument is more that we are consuming way too much meat, right? Specifically red meats, because they cause, like, heart attacks and stuff. But, like, that doesn't mean that, like, consuming it is bad for you, period. It just means that the proportions are out. Like, if you subsisted mostly on, like, one food that wasn't rich in everything, like, you'd still have problems. But, like, keeping it portions balanced and whatever, and getting it from sources that may not... maybe I'm not explaining this correctly, but, like... Sorry, let me ground this back in that, like, pandemic thing.
from what I understand, it's more preparation than the actual meat itself, if I understand correctly. Or the fact that someone ate something that was diseased, which... I mean, you shouldn't eat diseased meat. Like, if we served, like, if we had a cow, like, fucking, what was it, mad cow's disease or something like that? If that was actually transmitted to people through eating meat, the answer to that is not to not eat beef ever, it's to not eat diseased beef. But I do generally agree with the notion that, like, we're consuming too much red meat specifically. From what I understand, like, white meat is a bit more fine with us, but red meat tends to have, like, more impact if we overconsume it. Yeah, like, I get the sentiment in terms of, like, well, you know, I get the sentiment that, like, you know, maybe we shouldn't eat too much, but I feel it's important to not slip into we're not supposed to eat meat at all when, like, we clearly were. Like, we really haven't evolved past that, if that makes sense. It's kind of absurd when you think about all the barbecuing happening. Oh, the amount of meat that's eaten? Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. I mean, a lot of male identity is also kind of wrapped up in eating big slabs of beef and, like, you know, pounding, like, burgers that would clog your heart in seconds, you know? Like, there is an aspect of masculinity that's tied into that that's fucking weird, to be honest. But then again, maybe that's more like, you know, America and Australia and stuff like that. Living in Brazil, where restaurants focused entirely in... I don't know what that is. Churrasco. Oh my god. Streamlabs, for fuck's sake. No, I don't want to... God damn it. I hate that the first result is a restaurant doing that and not what it actually is. Actually, how do you pronounce this?
Churrasco.
Churrasco. So it's more like a soft CH. Is that, does that sound correct? And here there's another problem of the exaggerated meat consumption. We burn a lot of forests to breed more cows for meat processing. Yeah, there's certainly a lot going down in Brazil, when it comes to its forests, unfortunately. It's like barbecue, but not exactly. Yeah, I'm about to read about it. Churrasco is the Portuguese and Spanish name for beef or grilled meat more generally. It is a prominent feature in cuisine in Brazil. Yeah, what's the process? Prominently feature in that cuisine. The related term, churrascaria, is mostly understood to be a steakhouse. Served grilled meat. Many offering is... Doesn't really go into... I guess it's just a specific type of barbecuing. But, like, incredibly similar principle, but probably just, like, slightly different. I mean, I know in Australia, there were always huge pushes to, eat lamb. Because, like, our big thing for a while was sheep, like wool exports and stuff like that. Yeah, there are a lot of restaurants like that in Australia. But with Australia, I'm always kind of like... I always wonder if the all-you-can-eat aspect is more the culture of the specific restaurant, or if it's just something that, like, more English-speaking countries, or Australia specifically, would care about. Because I know a lot of Greek restaurants that do, like, all-you-can-eat meat platters. Or... Not, sorry, that's not all you can eat, but have, like, huge meat-only platters with, like, basically nothing else. It certainly does glorify it to, like, some extent. Although I guess there is a crossover there, because I think, like, a lot of Greek food is also lamb. So, like, I mean, you could argue it's a melding of the two. People coming to your table with a load of options already cooked in the spit. Oh. I know we were just talking about, like, wow, we shouldn't be glorifying meat so much, but, like, man, I would love to take part in that. I still haven't gone to, like, Korean barbecue yet either. And I have a lot of friends who do. It's really strange that I haven't partaken, actually. I would like to do that one day. Certainly not happening anytime soon. Our state in Australia, Victoria, got re-locked down, which is fun. In Brazil, they come from the spit. You say if you want this or that, or they cut right there. Yeah. Okay, so they like, so it's almost like they take like a big, you can't see both my hands, but a big like, yeah, it's almost like I forget the name for it. Where you cook, like a big, pole, a big skewer that you use to cook, kebab meat. And to, like, roast it. I don't hold it against anyone wanting to try it at least once. I want to do it one more time, actually. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and I mean, I guess that's a sentiment I would put forward instead of just like, oh, cut it out entirely. I think the very least everyone can do is just cut it down. Like, you know, maybe a bit here and there. But, like, I don't know. There's, like, so many other sorry. Let me correct myself. Like, it's kind of like two things, because, like, on one hand, it's definitely a cultural thing that's insisted on, actually, that point makes no sense. Never mind. Yeah, it's, I think, like, at the very least, what everyone can do is just cut down on it somewhat. And, like, oh, that's what I was going to say. I don't know if it's like middle-class Australia specifically, but it feels really common that a lot of people just have the same shit all the time, and I feel like that's half of the reason why meat consumption is so high, is because they're the staple meals. What are you going to do? Eat something else? Like, I feel like people just diversifying what they eat would do wonders for that, because then suddenly it's like, okay, well, you know, like, for me, I have 2 spaghetti, like, what I'm planning to do when I go back to work is having 2 spaghetti lunches during the week, 3 wraps with falafel for lunch on the other days, always loads of veggies and a small chicken burger for dinner, like Wheat Bix in the morning. But capitalism is a thing, and they don't want anyone cutting down on it here, because the companies that make money. Well, I mean, yeah, like, that's, like, yeah, I should be clear. The solution is not just for people to stop eating as much, because there are multiple aspects to it. The least of which, is just the fact that people want to eat meat. I mean, could say the same about how a lot of companies are very set in keeping their inefficient fuel being the main one that's used by everyone. Like, it's all well and good to say we shouldn't use that anymore, but a lot of people have a vested interest in it. Like you said. Not related to this, but you're free to talk about anything here on lunch break. We've got a few minutes more before that, but did you know in Japan, companies use a lot of archaic tech on purpose? What do you mean archaic and on purpose for, like, what do you mean by that? Because, like, I know through my own personal experience in the software industry, I know that banks here, for example, use a lot of antiquated, like, technology, but it's because they're banks. Like, switching over is an incredibly difficult task and really high risk. So, I guess it just depends on what you mean by that. Whether I find that shocking or not. Inefficient tools at offices. Like, what are we talking? Using abacuses instead of calculators, or? Japan protects smaller businesses to a fault. Okay, I'll be completely honest. Like right now, this is probably getting into something that I have absolutely no business talking about. Because in terms of like social issues and stuff like that, I feel like I have a decent grasp on it. And stuff that verges on like the economic, I'm like, okay, I can like at least appreciate that this part of it is a complicating factor and talk about everything else. But if you're talking specifically about business ownership and the structures that kind of, you know, punish and reward certain businesses of certain sizes, and this is something I cannot speak to, and I feel it would be irresponsible of me to do that. Yeah. Think like email services that should have died in the year 2000, mandatory fax machine usage. Huh. Yeah, I feel like I have too many questions for that situation to be explained over a live stream. Because there's something about that description and what you were saying about small businesses, supporting small businesses to a fault, that doesn't quite make sense to me. Oh, although I guess the inference there is that the reliance on technology like that prevents like businesses from becoming too big because it just becomes inefficient to run at that size. Like, if most of email communication and stuff like that has to happen through email that's really slow, then like obviously businesses that grow so big that they work in multiple parts of like a city or something like that, it becomes a lot harder to do that rather than just being smaller and dealing with that. Basically what happened was Japan advanced really fast, but for office work it stagnated, and that caused it to lag behind other countries. In trying to remember the word. In contrast? Or in comparison? Like, I don't know if you're looking for a specific, a more specific word there, but... Productivity. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, so basically what I was outlining before. I could imagine that smaller businesses would probably thrive in a circumstance in which communication and productivity is halted by technology. Like, I could definitely believe that. There is a myth that Japanese work harder than everyone because they stay in the office from 9 to 9. Fuck. Work culture in general, I feel around the world has some, like, pretty awful fucking, parts to it. It's one of the reasons why I ended up not, like, quitting my plans, but, like, halting my plans to go into anything game development-wise. Because, like, it's all... the majority of it is, like, drenched in implied crunch that needs to happen, and I'm just not about that. Like, I do a 9-to-5 job doing corporate software at the moment, and I tell you what, if I had to regularly pull 50-hour weeks, let alone anything more than that, I would not survive. But from what I hear, Japan is pretty fucking atrocious when it comes to that particular aspect of work life, where work basically is your life. I mean, it arguably is elsewhere too, but more so in Japan just because of the time spent. Then again, this is stuff that, like, I've only heard through hearsay, so, like, that's not hardened, like, that's not necessarily true, but yeah. Burning data into disks to pass around instead of using stuff from the cloud. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're super paranoid about security. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, using physical mediums is, like, it's a lot, like, it is silly, but, like, as someone who works for a security, works in the security area, one of the best ways to, like, secure a place is physically. Like, if there's no other way if there's no other way to access information but physically, it's a lot easier to keep secure. Like, the second you start opening, like, buildings and stuff like that, to the internet, for example, like, you would be surprised, like, how easy it is to actually get in there. Now, not saying that physical is perfect, because, like, social engineering and stuff like that can still be used really well, but, yeah, like, naively, it is very possible, to see why, actually, shit, I shouldn't have voiced that was dumb. It's very easy to see why that kind of makes sense. Anyway, I'm gonna wash up real quick, and then we're going to finish off this chapter, hopefully. Actually, that should take you to... So I'll be right back. glad I didn't start playing that. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I didn't mute myself. There we go. The next Ace Attorney game. So, the first episode of this one was like an hour long, and I think everyone after that has been no shorter than 4 hours, and I think it's like gone up since then. How long do you think the first chapter of the next game is? So I'm trying to get a feel for whether I should play that tomorrow, but I don't really want to leave the case like half solved or anything like that. So, like, I guess for reference, it took... Shit, no. Videos. Like, episode 4 took me 8 hours, episode 3 took me 6. Episode 2, which was all over the damn place, took me about 4 or 5. And then the first took me 1. The first episode of that one is, I'd say, twice as long as the first case of AA1, maybe a bit less. Okay, oh, we could definitely do that tomorrow then. That'd be reasonably... That'd probably be... Oh, that'd be really short, actually. No, but I prefer to start... Like, if that's that, then I can start the second chapter at a different time, and I might even keep my plan of playing Hades tomorrow after that. That might be neat. But, yeah, I appreciate that. It's, like, I don't know if it's, like, worth it in the long run, but I like having a lot of these, cases being, like, very segmented in terms of, like, okay, I do the entirety of this episode on one weekend, like I did with Danganronpa, because it keeps my head in the game a lot more. Like, fortunately for this case, it hasn't happened too much, but, like, I noticed that, like, in previous cases that, like, when I was... stopped halfway through an investigation and then came back like the next week, like, yeah, it kind of falls apart. But no, that's a good indication. At least tomorrow, I'll probably be able to finish the first episode tomorrow then. That'd be neat. Anyway. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. I think I left it there for too long and the game was, like, idling or something. That was weird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But, before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Oh, boy. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Haji, been back in the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough in all... drowning enough as is... I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I could top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. She's just gonna straight up confess, and then we're gonna have to take the really difficult way out of this situation. Great. What's all this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright,
I no longer require your services. But, Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through its testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. Come on, Edgeworth. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Edgeworth. There it is. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Oh, come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue... I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? I can't say Gant in his voice. That's so weird. Oh, Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Oh boy, here we go. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. That man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. No, that's also not the wound that he sustained. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable.
However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Wait, am I still able to do this? I thought that was pretty definitive. Okay. Waiting in the sister's office that day, a man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Marshall in the chest. That is not true. He was stabbed in the back. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. What? I'm sorry? What the fuck? I just tried to refute this with the autopsy. He was stabbed in the back. He wasn't stabbed in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. There better be a good fucking reason that I can't actually refute that. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. Oh, that was there even before that? Holy shit. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage.
Man?
Yes. Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Being forced to share the same room as the boss, sheesh. Well, you know what? It's not completely awful. Like, first off, it's implied more that they're working as partners. Like, they're not, she's not, I guess he's, like, technically a superior, so, yeah, sure. But the good thing is that, they're facing each other, and that your screens are, like, to the back. Like, you can obviously see that, like, you might be goofing off or something, but if you're just looking at screens, then, like, yeah, no, that's all good. Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye in Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. This is interesting. Gant has never come up in... Gant could never see when she was watching YouTube and checking Instagram. Exactly. That's interesting. it's a detail I completely missed, but Gant... But what was Gant doing? He doesn't come up in any of the circumstances surrounding Marshall dying. Despite both of them having questioned him and Marshall running up there as well. Almost forgot about Gant. Yeah. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. I mean, yeah. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Why would you put a bold-faced contradiction into this thing when it's not the thing I was gonna do? When it's not the thing I should actually be looking for here, and it directly punish me for it. We haven't gotten to the bottom of this section just yet, but this is becoming more and more like that's just a fuck-up. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man... where was it? It was the second... Yeah, it was this, wasn't it? Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Oh, yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed,
two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one.
There is no visual indication that that is the case. The fact that this is a twist is really dumb. Like, what is this? This only makes Edgeworth look incompetent. Because there's clearly... The way the evidence is described cannot make you not think that there is something missing from it. But the way everyone else is talking about it is... The way everyone else talks about this is that, oh my god, it was actually 2 lists. And it's like, yeah, no shit. That was explicitly how it was presented to us. Why does no one else in here...
You can see the marks here where they would...
Why not put that on the fucking... You haven't... This really bothers me. I'm sorry. This is fantastically inconsistent design. I don't get it.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? Order! But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
You're right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr... Okay, no, we didn't have access to that list, that's fine. We didn't have access to it. That's okay.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. Also, like, I know this is a dumb detail, but every piece of paper he holds up is actually blank, so, like...
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? This is gonna be good.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
Wait, what?
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
Oh. Oh, I got it. Good. Great. Thanks, Gumshoe. Fuck. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Oh. Can we look at the full list now?
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This picture I drew 2 years ago.
Hold on a sec.
Huh. So, the weird thing is this here. like, I would assume that's kind of like the window, right? Like, the idea here is that Emma is looking towards them, and the window is behind them, illuminating them. So, like, it's interesting that this is here. But this is, like, sketched in an incredibly similar way. Yeah, anyway. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yes, but the question is, did he kill him? Also, okay, this really bothers me. In that previous section, there was a contradiction in what she was saying. And this is a game design thing, okay? This isn't like some writing thing or something like that. So there was a contradiction in that statement. And it was specifically that Neil Marshall was stabbed in the chest. Now, there are multiple things wrong with that. First off, she saw an instant. She couldn't have seen him actually stab him. If it was just the moment he raised the knife, right? The big dramatic thing. Like, if there was only just a flash, she wouldn't have seen him stab him as well. Secondly, she said he stabbed him in the chest, which is incorrect according to our autopsy. Why did you put a contradiction in that statement when that is not what we were looking for, and you directly punish the player for pointing that out? That is bad. Like, not just, oh, you know, I think this could have been done better. That is awful. That is not just me interpreting it as bad. That is, from a game design perspective, bad. You put the obvious thing in there, you punish the player for doing it, and then the thing they were actually meant to do is something completely different. Fuck me. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could... Oh, hang on. I didn't press the first statement. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganizing. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? You all hate a certain part coming up soon. Okay. Can you please tell us why? Yeah. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Something I've just noticed about this, he isn't, like, looking at, Dark here. He's looking, like, behind him. I turned around and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. Like, that's not a piece of evidence, because, like, I can't present that. We don't have that detail. Like, that's in her memory, and not a very clear memory. Like, the memory we have is, like, the piece of paper. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Alright, this is what we need to talk about. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh?
Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet... there's clearly a contradiction here. What?
Hold on.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. She said... Okay, what... I think I have an idea. You're not wrong, game over. What the fuck? Okay, I need to hear this. This is gonna be fucking... This is... I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us.
What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? This is not... Oh my god. Oh, this is awful. This is the worst. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Oh. Oh. Never mind. I don't hate this. This is incorrect for a different reason. What has that got to do with the autopsy report? Oh, right. I see. Okay. Sorry. Let me back up then. This is good. This is fine. I didn't actually notice this. I was caught up in the fact that, oh no, this is where I used the piece of evidence that I should have used before to contradict what she was saying about him being stabbed in the chest. And if that was going to be the logic, I was going to be like, that is some fucking bullshit. But no, the actual contradiction here is that the knife wasn't pointed,
but there was a knife tip in the wound. Touché.
If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Yeah, but that's the contradiction. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The order of events. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Fuck off, then how was the tip in there? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body.
The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You are treading on thin ice, Wright.
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Oh! Oh, okay, so that wasn't actually found in his body. Fair?
Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it.
This could not have been the actual murder weapon.
There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? Yeah, there is another one. If the witness in this is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? And if so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. It's in... Oh, I probably have to show the photo. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right there, inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh, this is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh.
Come on, Phoenix, keep up. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
Is this actually important? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time. At the time, I drew the list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? Should be interesting. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, we were in that room with all the windows and stuff like that. There wasn't anything blocking them from what I remember, so, like, I am super curious where... Hold on a fucking second. Okay, no, that doesn't really... Is there a way to view it like that? Maybe? Maybe that's what she saw? The vase, like, flying... Yeah. That might actually... Fuck, this is gonna be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Yeah, someone's like held the vase long ways and is like football thrown it at Dark by the sound of it.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may...
Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana?
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Skye,
We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife... When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything, clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him. Actually, there might be another way that... hang on. Yeah, without the other one there, it's kind of hard to show, but... I still feel like there's a way that this is actually the thing she saw. Like, sort of like this. Right? Like, that's how it feels, anyway. Like, it could have been a little bit more like that. So, even assuming this handle was actually whole at the time, it would be kind of like, if it was just, like, a bit of lightning, then this would have been hidden. This is the top one. These two bend out like that. I still think that's what she actually saw, to be honest. Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But... it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Also, very oddly, he also has like a baton that's held like a knife. I just fucking realized. Like, I think we can look at... Oh, no, it kind of doesn't. But, like, his limbs switch, so it kind of looks like that. No, never mind. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? Alright, we're gonna go for it. I reckon I know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. It would be the vase. Hell yeah. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Well, I mean, I just kind of looked at it before. It's like there. Well, actually, it's probably, like, no, hang on, wait. I almost had it. So it's like this, but... yeah, it's like that. Fuck! Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I've got to show them the correct... fuck me. Don't reset... Son of a bitch. Oh, okay. Right. Is that, like, is that not right? Like, it's this. Like, am I missing something here? What the fuck's the problem? At least it's not taking health away from me from this. Because that would actually be, like, terrible. I guess, like, I don't know how, like, correct this needs to be. Like, this doesn't look like it, right? Yeah. But, like, I'm almost positive that it's, Fuck, why does it keep getting rotated like that? God damn it. Like, I'm almost certain it's this, but viewed from the other angle. Oh my god. Right? Like... I was degrees off. Get fucked. That's awful. Well, is this a miracle or what? Fucking close enough. Holy shit. No one could possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well, then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location? No, the murderer. Actually, I'm going to save on this one. I'm not entirely sure. Like, okay. Oh, yeah, the location. This was on Gant's side of the jar part tends to be universally disliked. Yeah, it really just feels like it's just not precise enough. Or sorry, that it's expecting too precise a angle. Although, like, I don't know. Maybe, like, is it because it's so difficult to line that up? Or is it because the jar is, like, too much of a reach? Because I feel like I stumbled upon that, like, accidentally almost. Like, I was just thinking, God, is there literally anything else that, would look like that? And the first thing that came to mind was, well, there's a piece of evidence. We still don't know how it, ended up in there. And it does have some curved, like, handles, so I'm gonna say location. I think both. Yeah, I kind of get it, but, like, there have been bigger jumps that I feel like were more bullshit, in my opinion. Like, I'd have to go back through the VODs to kind of piece that together, but I am also biased in that I kind of stumbled upon that possibility just from process of elimination. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. I'm actually confused. I don't know where this is going. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Emma killed... Oh, Jesus Christ. This is probably what Lana was... Ooh.
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking...
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Yeah. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Wright, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? I knew it. I fucking called it. The handprint of Emma was probably taken from Neil's body, so that it doesn't look like she pushed her. And that was what Gant was holding over Lana all this time. Fuck, that makes so much sense. And I fucking called that. I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
Oh. Is he implying that, that's the reason, Lana killed Goodman?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message.
Oh.
Hold on. Fuck. It doesn't give me that rotate option that it had before. I mean, I don't know. Oh, unless this is like a Japanese character or something. Maybe? I don't know. That would be weird given the fact that this is like tried to remove every bit of Japanese that... But except for like the evidence images still clearly have Japanese on it. And the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Got to think back to the court record. The real murderer is named at the... I mean, the only thing I can think of is... this. Right? Like, this isn't, yeah, that's not anything. Cell phone, what plans, victim shoe, switchblade. Yeah, like, I think that's the only possibility. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. That would be the thing. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. I don't know how that's possible. We started off with everyone being like, how in the fuck is that the blue badger? And now everyone's like, ah yes, the blue badger. Like, unless they're taking the piss, I'm not sure. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Huh. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. It looks like it spells Emma. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Wait, what am I doing here? What? I think you should make him write it out. I went to him 100 times. I was never good at... What? Wait. That wasn't even in the fucking... It doesn't show it in the controls! What the fuck? That's so stupid. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. I did like how, for a moment, like, there wasn't the audience going wild, it was just, like, dead fucking silence. That was a nice touch, because they usually get rowdy at something like that. Seaworthy. Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we weren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death? How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Is Gant just gonna burn the whole thing to the ground? It seems like that's what he's doing. Like, So, the thing I realized about this is that, Gant planned this. He knew this would get revealed. Or at least he had a plan for it. Because the second this was revealed, Gant comes in and goes, "Yep. And guess who was the prosecutor?" It's almost like it's been framing everyone to do with that incident since. Because apparently Gant is just a power-hungry bitch. Oh, fucker. Sorry, I shouldn't, yeah. Alright. I'm gonna finish this today. I'm gonna get this done. There's probably another hour or two to this, but fuck it. We'll go for it. I really want to finish it. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Wait. Take it Lana's having you run errands again? Yeah, I was gonna say, this sounds exactly like what happened before. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Is this a baby's first evidence law? Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law. Explains the 2 rules of evidence law. I'm gonna look at that right now. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good though. Good now though. Blah, words. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you are unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Oh, I should have gotten more water. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes. Well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls
time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Had to miss some stuff again. It's all good. You're good. I appreciate the lurk, at least. Or, sorry, that sounded really awful. I'm sorry. I appreciate that you, like, keeping the stream open. Even in the background, even if you're not interacting. I do actually appreciate that. That sounded a bit more condescending than I thought, than I meant it to. Wow, words. This is what happens when you, like, talk in a stream for, like, 4.5 hours. Suddenly you just say the thing that comes to your head. The first thing that comes to your head. No worries. Again, I'm sorry. That was a really shitty way of putting that. Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all this? Son. Either you're very brave, or you're very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. They did a very good job at making Gant unlikable. Yeah, in like a very... he seems very jolly, and then it becomes very clear that he's jolly in an incredibly fake way. It's great. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you could see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That's a lie. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. And I will do that by pressing absolutely everything he says. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. We went upstairs, and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Oh, Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged this crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy, worthy. Always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Well... we have two pieces of evidence that tie him to the forgery. One of them is the jar, because we found a piece of it. Yeah. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Huh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Oh. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Jesus. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence you found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Oh, my. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Don't know about that. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Archie. In return, though... I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys telepathic? Evidence and forgery. Well, I know you could have planted them in my office. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Evidence law, though. That doesn't pertain to this case. Like, the fact that Phoenix made an illegal investigation isn't the point of this case, right? Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on now, Raito. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. I don't believe that. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Well, there might have been something in it for you. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the Chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? How is that even a question? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After that SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that, despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Judge. Dead fucking silence. Great. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone who's... Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Ah, righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's... impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. That would be... the IDs of all who entered the room? So I could present two things here, or I feel like there's two things I could present here. One of them is this. This I feel is like the, this is like what Gant would blackmail Lana with, is this piece of cloth with Emma's prints on it. However, something ties him to the murder would be this. IDs of all who entered the evidence room. So I think it's this. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Now we see him slipping. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. I'm actually not sure. Oh. Yeah. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yes, you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filled it. He filled it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh my god, he's powering up. Chief Gant, you didn't... The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's not a complete sentence. For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. He used a screwdriver. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. Please have a good reaction to this. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Or Miss Lana Skye. Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. I'm invoking that right now. What? It is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away! Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? I think it's... So... I want to kind of talk this out, because I think this bridges the gap. So, we've established that... Goodman and Gant walked into the evidence room. Now, we're assuming here that Gant killed Goodman in that room.
the knife was still in the body, and it was found in the trunk of the car, where Lana took it away, put it in the muffler, and then stabbed him with Edgeworth's knife. Now, this switchblade could only have been gotten from Goodman's safe, and we've established that he went in there with Gant. So if his body left there with the knife in him, the question is that concrete proof that he killed Goodman? That he was stabbed by a piece of evidence that only he could access, and that the only time he accessed the evidence room was with Gant. I think so? I think... yeah. I think this is right. Can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, you better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
This is pretty airtight.
So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the Chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor?
What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for
give me just a little longer to consider.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the...
Yeah, is this... Yep, Your Honor. Do you have any concrete proof? Okay, no, it's asking me again. It's not taking me back. So, to me, that is the closest thing to concrete proof we have. If that's not the case, then I think we have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the Chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. Is that really...
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
Gee, his real name must be Judge indeed. Yeah. There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... Lana.
The defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. What a despicable piece of shit. Also...
Oh, we haven't established that he has that piece of evidence yet. Never mind. I was gonna say, like... That's it. He just openly threatened Lana in the middle of court. The defense calls forth Mike Meekins. Oh no. I can't stand that. I can't stand that bloody megaphone. I can't stand it. I won't take another thing of testimony from him because of that megaphone. This court is now in recess. Oh my god. Almost there. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we were all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right... It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Yeah, what were those? Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma? I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. What? Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No,
I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Another to be continued? Jesus. How much is left in this case? I thought this was... Oh, come on! Letter 2? Oh, not much is left. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, it's just kind of like, I thought this was gonna be... This kind of section was gonna be it, but apparently not.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the scene of the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Oh my fucking god, this is gonna be so uphill.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Is she actually psychic? Like, this is getting weird. Like, she is the only character who has been reading our thoughts. Or what are supposed to be our thoughts. Maybe whispers. I assume they're thoughts because no one else reacts to them. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
The parentheses usually mean thinking. Yeah, and she's directly responded to that stuff. And she's also talking about how she can read her sister. So I'm like, there's something going on there. It might actually be revealed at, like, the turning point of this case, to be honest. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Either the localization did that wrong, or sometimes they use it as whispered during trials. That's another possibility. I guess I always kind of leap to, like, is there a narrative significance to that? But yeah, that's absolutely true. It definitely could be a translation issue. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day.
I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at this crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. Oh, but Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Drake? Something like that. Oh, Dark, sorry. Drake. Ugh. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's... Oh, and then moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So, you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this just to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so it wouldn't be blamed for... She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more.
If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get... that's not true. Well, I actually know. If, sucks that I missed the finale, but I really have to go. Super sleepy, it's almost 3 AM. No worries, game over. I hope you have a good one. I appreciate you staying up. Yeah, I'm sorry. I kind of wish I had split this up now, but it probably wouldn't work that well, to be honest. Anyway, my only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Have fun and a good rest of your day. You too. Hope you have a good day. Or I hope you have a good sleep. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Oh man, my brain is actually fried. Okay, so it makes sense that she cleans up the jar, I think, because if it looked like there was a struggle over near Gant's side of the room, then, they'd have to figure out why that was the case. Sure. I'm gonna press these again. Planted the tip in the victim's wound, and then you move the body? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I should... Oh, I guess I can ask both of these. But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. Oh, okay. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. Oh, shit. Oh. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, I'm leaving it at that. My point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did. She's also changed her testimony now, which is interesting. And I mean, not in the way that obviously testimony does change, but the thing that I asked about before, about the body being moved, is now... I'm actually kind of stumped here. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted inside the body. Oh shit. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. Yeah, let's go back through this again. Why did you move the body? It was where you deduced. It was by Chief Gant's desk.
but the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Oh! How could he have written the message when it was still intact? Oh, when it was broken? Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Yep. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed. Oh, excuse me. More information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark. Blur. It seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But Gant had a piece. Fuck, that ties into the scene. Gant had the only piece that wasn't wiped away. So he actually got to the scene before Lana did. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just had barely enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. That is not true. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. For blood tracing? What? I never miss anything. I got every last piece. That's not true. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room. So, to be safe, I wiped away the fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were... Yep. That's not true. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. And he can't fucking testify anymore. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister, Emma, killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Did she just bite her thumb? No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you... Oh, fuck, hold on a minute. No, oh, shit, I didn't actually think about that. I completely glossed over that. So, if Gant gets to the scene of the crime when the jar is still intact, because the victim couldn't have written Emma's name on there beforehand, then the jar was still intact when Gant got there. There is a possibility that Gant wrote the message on the jar and then broke it. And that would give him the opportunity, because having the evidence that Emma was actually involved in this case means that he can blackmail Lana and instate her as the chief prosecutor and have control over the prosecutor's office. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Please, for the love of God.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
I think it's more of a spear, but
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
actually, I do have proof.
What?
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
It's in the fucking book, isn't it?
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. It was right there. Fuck. God damn it. Come back. I saw something highlight. Fuck, where'd it go? Huh? Oh, there. I examined this piece of evidence, and the only thing it did was show me the fucking, the only thing it did was show me the evidence law. Fuck you. It did it again. This is the receipt all over again. Fucking... It would be, like... Here's the thing. There's a different... It's almost like a Hitchcock thing, right? So there's this explanation where he gives where he talks about a dinner party and there's a bomb under the table, and he presents two scenarios. One of them is where the bomb just explodes out of nowhere, right? And what happened? We don't know. We never knew that was coming. So we get like a few seconds of shock. It's like, oh shit, okay. And then that's it. But if you tell the audience that there is a bomb under the table and it'll go off soon, the entire scene is filled with a lot more tension because you're like, when is that bomb gonna go off? And when someone leaves and comes back, it's like, oh, please, okay, maybe they won't get killed by it, and people come back, or people, make sure that, or, people come back from the bathroom or something. It's like, oh no, it is actually gonna get them if it blows up soon. Like, there's a lot more tension in the scene because of that. This, I feel, works under a similar principle, where you can present this thing in two ways. You can make the picture appear at the very end, and it's just this aha moment. It came out of nowhere. We didn't know it was there, but... Or, you could present it as the picture's there, but, like, so out of context that, like... Why would she send this to us? And all throughout the case, you're, like, trying to go, how does this picture factor into anything? Like, I guess my point here is that there is a lot more emotional energy created from presenting something to the audience that they don't know, giving the audience a piece of information earlier so that it creates tension because that's going to come up at some point, but we don't know when, is a lot more interesting than, aha, this piece of evidence actually had something you could never see. And I fucking hate that. Like, maybe it's just because I enjoyed Danganronpa a lot, where it presented you the whole thing, and then there's, like, these, like, random pieces of evidence that, like, even towards the end sometimes you're like, wait a second, how the fuck does this thing factor into it? And when it's revealed, it's like, oh shit, and there's a lot more... It feels more rewarding to think about it a lot... Maybe I don't know if I'm communicating this right, but basically, if you present us with something that doesn't make sense right now, but makes sense more in the future, instead of just hiding the piece of evidence until it's actually ready, I feel like presenting it earlier gives the player more, it involves the player more with it in the thinking process behind it.
I really dislike this. This game's done it twice now, and this is the added chapter too. Like, I would have expected something like this not to be in here, but... And he's got a torn bit of the jacket, which ties Gant to the scene of the crime more. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? See, this is what I mean, right? Like, if you didn't get what this might have been, and I made the call that it's like, oh, it's leather, it's probably got something to do with Marshall. And, like, I had pieced a lot of that together. But if you didn't put that together, and you saw that picture... Okay, it's a picture of him. Like, you may not have necessarily noticed the cutout or the significance of it. And in there's a lot more, like, sudden dawning realization when you get to this point and suddenly it becomes important. Because it's like, well, I gave you the picture. It's like, oh, right, that. And then you look at it again in a different context and you might actually put it together there. Like, that feels more rewarding from a player sense than it just happening at the last second and knowing instantly what to do with it. Because we have been building up to that for the entire time. I don't know. Like, maybe that's just a personal thing, but... Ugh. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Like, so the one thing I will say in defense of this is that showing all your cards is not what this game likes to do, and showing things too early can allow people to put things together much earlier than they could have otherwise. That I completely understand. It's one of the things I feel some people don't like about Danganronpa, because you can put the entire case front to back together in most cases, or you understand the entire thing. In this one, it tries to play it a bit more nebulous with the goals you're trying to achieve, how pieces of evidence connect to each other, how evidence is relevant. But I feel like a little bit of showing the hand too much is sometimes actually kind of like it's a straight punch, but sometimes it's like presenting something that's like 7 steps away, but you're using all the second step evidence, and it's like, how the fuck does that thing connect to anything to do with this? I hope I'm at least, like, expressing myself in a way that's understandable, because, like, I guess without people talking in chat and stuff like that, it's kind of hard to know whether I'm talking crap or not. When I arrived, I found Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant? What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. You can't do that. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Phoenix, Edgeworth said it to your face. Just sit back and relax. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy this sound of the noose tightening around your neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Yeah. Yeah, if I could, like, back up a couple of frames to what you looked like before, yes. 100%. Yes.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright?
This is his trap. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Well, like, now I'm under the impression that it was Gant.
Hold on. Okay, no, it's...
Huh? More likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor. Getting wax all over their hand. That would account for... Whoa, shit. This is something I didn't examine about the piece of evidence, actually. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on floors at school after they're waxed. Because, like, the obvious thing that Gant wants me to do here is present that piece of evidence that has Emma's handprint on it. Because my thinking at the moment is that Gant created this situation after the fact. So what he might have done is something like put Emma's hand on the vest, cut out that piece, write Emma on the vase, smash it, grab one of the pieces. Is there a way I can... Is there a way I can twist this onto Gant? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. It goes straight back to that. Fucking bullshit. Like, I guess I have to show this piece of evidence, but then from here on, I have to, like, kind of demonstrate how this may not have been Emma, is my thinking. But we're not going to withhold it. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered... Yeah. It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, it was most likely... It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked. Haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it?
See? I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Miss Emma to Neil's death. Appears we have our killer. Is that actually a game over? On that, in the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. What? That actually was a game over. Shit. Well, you know what? On the very last chapter, fine. I'll take that. Glad I made a save right before I did that. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie.
Chief... Oh! Fuck! No. No, now I realize why this is the case. Gant knows I have the evidence. How does he know I have that? His argument before was, you could have just put that in my safe. Okay, if it wasn't in your safe, how do you know that I have that evidence? It's almost like you made sure it was in that safe.
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture.
And now he's presenting it like we did. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
You know what? That is impressive. I'm not gonna lie. If you could actually put that together and like, oh, I know why I shouldn't do this, like, that is actually kind of neat. I know the game kind of tells you, like, look, you're going to be punished if you do this, but if you don't do this, but...
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit it? Admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. He's admitting to it? What the fuck? So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? Yeah, of course. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. I don't know about that. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go ahead and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? So, that was dumb. He just implied that it could have been him that wrote the message. Why couldn't it have been you that planted that handprint then? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have known it would... You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Gonna save again, just to... Yeah. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Wait. Is this gonna go down the same road as before? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma. Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shot Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Is it the shape taken out? And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the... There's no blood on the back of the thing! Fuck, I should have realized that. It's hard to make out with all the blood... Oh, no, actually, no, that's... Well, actually, no, yeah. There's no blood on the sheet of thing. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth... Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and he was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Yeah, see, when your eyes, light up like that, it makes you look pretty guilty. It's finally all over. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see that piece of cloth? Is illegal evidence. Here's where the book comes in. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point. Oh! That's not illegal. Because that evidence... Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Yep, this game did a number on me. I bet what's going to happen here is that this isn't actually a lie. Because the evidence isn't actually part of the case until Gant said it was conclusive evidence. Until Gant spoke about it. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Haha, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you could prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, damn it, Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. And then it became evidence. It was then that you approved this cloth.
Oh, fuck! Yeah, no! Oh, shit! Because, like, I was worried, like, oh no, he's gonna strike it down as Rule 1, but then he was like, oh no, yes, yes, bring that evidence out. And he's the chief of police saying that, so, oh, fuck, that's good. As conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. An interesting reaction? Oh, I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. That's why the knife was stuck in his body. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor that I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint? On Detective Gumshooter's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did, if the truth came out. So you took evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove? Yeah. Looks like I was better off in being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, damn it, Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Dammon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aw. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Miss Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. Oh my god, my voice is dying. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the Chief blackmailed you, the fact is you are still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Yeah. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. I completely agree. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. You can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. That's not what she said. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. That was not the same text, I think. You know, I did my best too, but
Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Oh, Gumshoe. Fucking God, man. Oh. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Detective Gumshoe, wait. What is it? Is he really doing this again? Making a detective run around all, and on top of it, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. That's exactly the same fucking thing you said last time. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Huh? What? Okay. Should you be doing this? Oh, right, because they probably had to take her into custody for... She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gan to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis... I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe? Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Hmm? We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You will see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals.
I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth? Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Isn't it this? That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Getting a lot of use out of that happy sprite, but, like, yeah, that's kind of earned. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? It's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prisons are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Gumshoe, what the fuck? You almost got fired today, and then he's just outright fucking bribing prison guards? What the shit? Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. I don't doubt that. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? What? Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it?
I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yeah, not as a prosecutor. I'm not gonna lie, I actually kind of turned around on that case. I might talk about it just here in a little bit, because it ended up doing the thing I was complaining it didn't do with the photo. Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. I mean, they could just fire you. But yeah, like, they presented a piece of evidence that was obviously going to be used at some point, and it was kind of confusing where, and it turned out to be the entire twist of the case. It's like, well, actually, Wright was right to not present that piece of evidence, because evidence law. So, it was kind of a little My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. I bet you will, Meekins. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. So yeah, like, you know, how is the... Like, honestly, I would have found it, like, really... I would have liked it if it was the picture, but I liked that it was, like, subtle, what do you call it? Like a little subversion of like, oh yeah, okay, well, that's why the book was important. Oh wait, no, the book is actually important. Which isn't really a twist in that way, like, oh no, he's dead. But yeah, like, I guess I can't hate it too much, because they ended up doing what I said, just not with the picture, and used the picture as like a point of subversion almost, where it's like, oh yeah, this is the picture, there you go. But, turned out to be handy anyway. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with a part of the... Miss Star managed to sneak this in to me. Oh, fuck it. It's going too long. Like, I need to process the... I'm trying to process the... I'm trying to process the accent, but this text is going too fast for me to do it. Ugh. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layers as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. How could you possibly... Don't you have to get to the bottom to... Yeah, damn. This game is something, and this final chapter especially is really good. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing, something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to go to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Oh, and there's the... I've never seen the judge's seat. Also, who are they talking to now? Because that seemed to imply they were talking about Wright, and I thought for a moment that it was, like, Wright just talking to thing, but... Yeah, like, the little, that bit where Wright starts acting almost on their own, or on his own. Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya. Afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Wait, are we Nick? I'm confused. It sounded like the judge didn't know who we were, which, I mean, it wouldn't be out of character, but... Yeah, I mean, that case was great. As an addition to the game, it's really good. I feel like there are writing moments and mechanical moments where it's kind of a bit off. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. Hmm? What's going on? Is that a letter of is that actually his letter of resignation? Yeah, like, I feel like it dropped the ball in a few places, like, in, like, slight ways for the humor and stuff that I talked about. But, like, overall, this game's fucking amazing. I can't wait for the next one. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Oh, is that like an older picture? Is that like an old picture of them? Aw. Oh, fuck. Younger Emma is so goddamn cute. That's adorable. Oh, can I... Right, it wasn't moving forward without me doing that. Fuck, I can't wait to get into the next ones. Awesome. So yeah, then it's Justice for All next. Well, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Because it is 6 o'clock now, and that was not as long as... I did not expect to be streaming this long. I thought it was gonna be another, like, 4 hours or something, but, apparently not. Yeah, so tomorrow, on my, regular slot, I'm gonna start the next game in this series. From what Game Over was telling me, it should be a, it should be a long enough case for me to fill, like, an entire stream with it, so that should be a thing. I'm at least gonna finish that, like, first episode. If it's short, I might consider doing, like, a little bit of a Hades stream. I've been really meaning to get back into that game, and I think streaming is probably the best way to push me to actually do it, because it's a game that I can't listen to stuff passively to, and so I can't feel bad for playing it and not listening to, and not doing the stuff I usually do with it. But yeah, so tomorrow, more Ace Attorney. Like, I'd have to go over it again. Like, there are some points like, there was that one bit where, like, Emma contradicted herself, or contradicted the autopsy, but we never had an opportunity to correct her about that. But the game it doesn't make sense for the game to present that, and then not have something to have there, like, to follow up with. Like, the way they ended up doing it was just, oh, you had to actually talk about something completely different, and that never comes up. And it's just like, fucking, okay? Why put the contradiction open there and punish the player for picking it? That was a bit where I was like, okay, that's just awful. But no, the conclusion of that case was amazing. So, yeah. I really like this game. And I'm probably going to like the next two too. But I guess we'll find out. So, yeah, thank you for watching. If you're watching live or in the VODs, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow for the next episode of this. And, yeah, I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you next time.